Hey there, Flo here. It's ridiculously late, 2:15 a.m. It's not too late for me though. So I'm gonna head back out to the shop for a little bit. This might not be a super long stream, or it might be, I don't know. So part of my issue with doing stuff out in the shop this late is that I have to worry about not making too much noise for the neighbors. So I'll just try to gauge that, figure that out if that's okay. If it seems okay, then I'll go for a while. If not, then it might be the shortest stream ever. I did do just a quick unscientific analysis of how loud my drill is. It didn't seem that loud to me, but I don't really know how much that sound transmits through the walls. One of these days, get that all figured out. Do some kind of sound test. Let's have a second person over here to be outside when I do certain things inside and vice versa. Just to get an idea. Okay. Just about ready. Gotta get my camera on a tripod. Hey, milestone. I have reached a milestone in my streaming career. It's finally come. Alright, so let's get this. I'm disappointed my LED strip light has finally completely given up the ghost. It is no longer working. I think I might be able to repair it though with just pulling it apart and resoldering a different piece on there. So we'll see. I like using that to give my stream accent color. Let's see. Actually, oh, I see. Yeah, I guess I'll use this tripod, that's fine. Not the best. Phew, it is cold out here. Oh, I almost forgot I need to get my battery bank set up. I hope it's out here because I don't know where it is. I looked for it inside. I did not see it. Here it is. Good. All right. It's quite cold out here, so the insulation is not helping significantly yet because I don't have the ceiling insulation installed yet. And the shop's never going to be as effective at holding heat in as a regular house because I only have 2x4 rafters on the ceiling, which only allows 3.5 inches of insulation, and you just can't get good R values on that short of a span or whatever thickness of insulation. Let's see, put that as far back as I can, I guess. So this is the shelf I'm going to be working on today. I think I've mentioned it before, but Haven't necessarily talked about it in detail, but I have this shelf here that I want to try to fix. It's not necessarily broken per se, but kind of is, or it's not effective. It's supposed to be a pretty strong shelf as far as its weight capacity. I don't remember exactly, but I want to say maybe 800 pounds. I can't remember. It was a fair amount of weight though. I don't remember what the weight per shelf capacity is. But the problem is these bars, so you can't really see, but this is the board. I guess that's kind of good that I don't have this other bar on here. This board lays up on top of this lip on this bar up here. So there's like an indentation that goes in right here, and then it comes back out here and then up on the top. This board lays in the top part of that. And then this indentation is supposed to support it from underneath. The problem is those bars are not all that strong. So if you get too much weight pushing down right here, it can actually push this bar outward and collapse the shelf. Not acceptable. So all I'm gonna do is I got these threaded rods. I'm just gonna put one of these on each shelf and drill a hole right in the center, put it through, and put some nuts on either side. So I've got these nuts that fit like that. Actually, I don't think I really need to wear gloves. I don't want to. This makes me more clumsy is all. I'm trying not to talk super loud because I don't know how well the sound carries. I think it's probably okay, but definitely don't want to talk loud. Okay, so first thing I need to do is get the shelves disassembled. Yeah, it's pretty cold in here. Okay, so here's a bar. I guess I can show this just for illustrative purposes. I don't understand why I have so many of these, to be honest. I think I can put one more shelf on here, so I have enough of these bars to put an additional shelf, but I tried to space them out fairly evenly from top to bottom, so I've got a gap on the bottom that's about the same as the others. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 fairly equal shelves, and then the top, which is kind of short because of the loft. But I actually have another set of these, so I could add another shelf, but there's no point because it would just be a very short shelf. Although it's not terribly unthinkable to do that, but I'm gonna stick with what I have. But hopefully you can see this. So this is the lip that the shelf is supposed to rest on. I'm just gonna drill a hole in the middle of that in the indentation to be underneath the shelf and support it from the bottom. Crawling moon, hello. All right. So I guess what I need to do is drill holes. So I need to figure out how big of a drill bit I need to use for this. Spend an hour, get the packaging off first. Actually, it's not that bad. Well, I wouldn't say I'm making a shelf, but I have a shelf that I'm fixing, making it stronger so it can support more weight without collapsing, basically. It was very poorly made. I've had it for years and I've put up with it. And I decided it's about time I fix it. I've had a couple ideas. I've thought about the threaded rod thing like this, which is what I decided to go for, but I also thought of like a steel cable with, I don't know what the name are, but you can attach steel cables to these screws that go together and you can add tension that way. I thought of that, but I'm going to use these threaded rods mainly because they're cheaper and less complicated. But the cable would be a good way to go too. Yeah. So you probably weren't here at the beginning, but basically we have these boards up here that lay on top of these shelves, but if you get too much weight, then this metal bar presses outward and the board can collapse in the center. So I'm going to put this in between the two metal pieces to reinforce it. I just realized something though. I have to cut these to length, which is going to be insanely loud because I have to either use a hacksaw or like a angle grinder, or what's the other one called? Like a rotary tool. That's going to be super loud. So what I'll probably do is I'll put them in place and leave them hanging out really far, and I'll cut them off tomorrow when it's not so late because I don't want to disturb the neighbors. Hopefully I'm not already disturbing them. Not sure how well sound carries. Eventually, once we get the sheetrock in and stuff, it should be fairly good for sound, relatively. But I haven't done any tests as far as sound transmission. Okay, got 2 of those. I actually have 4 of these. Yeah, it's actually happened to me. Like, some people might think, oh, you're just overthinking it. You don't really need to do that, but no, it's actually collapsed. Yeah, it's, well, you could either say it's late or early because it's like 2:30 in the morning. I would say it's late because I'm often up pretty late at night. Where are you at? Is it late or early or midday? I don't know. Seem to get a lot of viewers from Asia on Bulk Plus, so my first guess would be that you're somewhere in Asia. I don't remember if I've talked to you about that before. Well, like my dad kind of thought I was overthinking it, but that was years ago. But, okay, so let's see. Oh, okay, cool. I don't know much about South Africa other than Elon Musk being from there, supposedly. Okay, so these are 46 and 5/8. So 23 and 5/16 would be the center. I need to get a marker. Got one upstairs. Actually, there's one right over here. I did test the drill and I didn't feel like it was all that loud. It's not too bad, but I haven't actually tested it trying to drill into something that might be magnified incredibly as it's grinding away. I can probably take it inside and have it be less loud in there, but I don't necessarily want to get a bunch of metal shavings and the carpet and the inside. Okay. Okay, 23. Let me remeasure that because it doesn't really need to be in the center, but I do want both points to be the same distance from the side, and it's just easier if they're in the middle because then I can mix and match. I probably just didn't look at the thing right here, so 46 and 5/8, 23 and 5/16. Why does that not look right? I think I just didn't do it properly here. I hate these tape measures. It's all about the stupid tape measure. I blame the tape measure. I think I'm gonna go get a measuring stick. I just can't hold those in place, especially on a weird object like this. Let me see if I have one out here already. I used to, but I think I took it inside, so I'll have to go grab it. Oh, his dad still lives there. Interesting. Didn't know that. All right, so I will be right back. I need to go grab a measuring stick. I probably would be wise to do the drilling in the house because I know the sound would not travel outside. Just didn't really prepare for that scenario. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm very dependent on my parents right now. I don't have a job and I don't have any money, and they're kind of keeping me afloat until I hopefully get a small business started or just get a job I've been looking for a long time. But so I don't have the freedom to make choices about anything that costs money because I'm having to use their money. This is actually their place where I'm staying, so it's kind of up to them anyway. But if I had money, I would do things a little differently. Like I probably would have bought rock wool insulation, which is supposedly more soundproof than standard fiberglass. Plus it has a better fire resistance rating. I don't know how it compares as far as R values or how well it insulates, but it's probably about the same. Alright, well, I'll decide when I get back out there whether I feel like I can do this noisy stuff. Yeah, plus I want to make it look really nice in there. Like I was hoping to use, instead of sheetrock all around, I was hoping to use cement board on at least part of it. So I could put some tile in there, make it look kind of cool. But that's more expensive, and I can't really justify asking my parents for that at this time, so I just have to make do. I can always redo it later if I want to. If I get money and I decide I want it to be a certain way. I don't think they'd be opposed to that, but I'm trying to save as much money. I'm actually pretty frugal about most things. So I've never had a lot of money, so I've learned to just be happy with simple things. You may ask, but I may not tell. It's just kind of one of those streamer secret things. Okay, let's see. Let's use centimeters. I trust those better. 118.3. Let's do 118.5, so 59.25. Okay, we're actually right on the nose there. My second line. The weird thing is I was checking my work by measuring the second side, and it wasn't looking right. Yeah, we're good. Hey, Cavils. Not sure how to say your name, but good to see you. It's been a long time. Okay, so that's where I need to drill the hole. Let's just try it and see how loud it is. It might help if I use oil too, but...
That's perfectly fine. Understandable. It has. How have you been running?
I've been doing good. That's pretty loud because it's hitting the sides. I think I might have to go inside to do this. It's annoying because I have all these lights set up in here, but I could just do this real quick. Well, it won't be that quick, but I could do this part inside and then come back out. That's probably what I'll have to do. So let me gather these. Let's see, how many do I need? I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Yeah, I guess I call it night. Some people might refer to it as morning because technically it's in the morning now, but either very late at night or early in the morning. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna go do this inside. Just realized once I get the hole through one of them, I can use that first one as a guide for the rest of them. So I'll definitely take advantage of that. Oh, stupid. Need a rubber mallet. What was that for? What was that noise? The rag? What's the rag? I'm not sure. You mean well, I'm working on a shelf here. tight. Sucks. There we go. Yeah, I definitely have to do this inside. Just taking this apart is stupid loud. Dude, are you kidding me? I feel like that all the time. I've been struggling with motivation lately. How do I deal with it? You just gotta push through, you know? Honestly, I don't have a solution for myself or anyone else. You just have to force yourself. One thing that helps is thinking about the outcome of what you're trying to achieve. So for example, all of this stuff that I'm doing right now is kind of burdensome, and there's a lot of things I don't want to do right now at all, but I'm trying to start a business, so here's what I'm thinking. I have to do all this stupid annoying stuff right now. This isn't annoying what I'm doing right now, but I have a bunch of computer work I have to do. Don't want to do that at all. Put that off for years. So think of the end game, like what you're trying to achieve, and find hope in that. It's kind of like heaven, you know? We know that someday we're going to get to see Jesus at the end of all things. So everything we do now is toil and meaningless and chasing after the wind, like Ecclesiastes says, but someday we're going to reach our goal. So in the same way, someday, once I get this business started, I'll have money again. Once I'll have money again, and then I'll be able to have freedom to do the things I want. I'll be less depressed because I'll be less dependent on my parents. I just gotta like focus on my goal, and don't get too wrapped up in the end game either, because you're so many steps away that like looking at that thing far off is kind of overwhelming. So trying to take it one step at a time. So I'm doing these little projects bit by bit. But I struggle greatly with motivation, so I'm not a good example in that area at all. I'm struggling as much or more than anybody. So those are some of the things that I try to do. Okay. But seriously, I am not doing well at all in that. Like, I also just ask for prayer and accountability from people that you trust, not like warlords and like super oppressive people. You got to know who to ask, like somebody that really cares about you and is understanding. Just ask them, like, hey, can you help motivate me? Like, maybe you could even help me with this project to get me motivated and excited, but that kind of stuff. And of course, if you're not a Christian person, some of this might not resonate with you. If you're watching this stream, I'm just sharing some of the things that I do. I have one friend that kind of asks me about stuff from time to time, and also you gotta keep your mental status healthy, whatever it takes to do that. And that can be complicated. Like, I'm not going to be motivated if I don't even have enough energy to get out of bed and face the day, you know what I mean? So part of my indirect strategy is I need to go on at least one hike or bike ride every week, because that's what actually gives me mental energy and happiness. And if I just focus on work, I gotta get it done, then I'm probably not going to get it done because I'll be so overwhelmed mentally. my mental health will go downhill so much that I can't even take the next step. And so, but you have to have a balance, though. You can't just like waste your life with activities that you enjoy. But you gotta have a balance. And if you're young, like you are, you have a little bit more freedom in that area, typically. When you're old like me, the burdens weigh down a lot worse because you realize, you can't rely on your parents forever. It's been difficult for me in particular because I've had my own life. It's not like I'm old and still living with my parents because I never made a life for myself. I had a life, but circumstances brought me back to this scenario, which I'm not particularly excited about, and so that's why I struggle mentally with this situation, because I feel like I'm old. I should be responsible and have my life figured out by now, but nope, I don't. Okay. But it's from the Lord. I believe it's from the Lord. He's teaching me something through all this frustrating scenario. I don't know what it'll be at all. I have no idea. I just have to trust in Him. Okay. Alright, so I got that apart. So what I'm going to do is take these inside. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, Crawling Moon, that even though I'm going through a hard time and I don't enjoy it at all, I believe that I am exactly here for a reason. And I believe that God is teaching me things through these difficult scenarios. So there's a verse, I think it's in Peter. Cavios can probably look it up because he does that often, but it's, I don't remember. Suffering produces perseverance, perseverance character, and character hope. Anyway, there's a verse that talks about that, and so I know that none of these things that I'm going through are without reason. They'll refine me into being a stronger person in the end, more mature and capable of facing new challenges afterward, all that stuff. But it's never fun, though. During the time when you're going through the challenges, it's never fun. And it's never possible to see the outcome either, because you don't really know what's going to happen next. So I don't pretend to just be comfortable with it or find it to be easy or anything like that. Okay, so I'm going to take this stuff inside. I'll be back for the camera in a minute because I'm going to be in there for quite a while drilling these holes. So yeah, I'll be back in just a minute. Yep. It's easier said than done, though. Like, sometimes people outside of the situation have, words like that, and I'm not criticizing you or anyone else, but like when you're actually in it, it's a lot harder to do the things. Practice what you preach and stuff. But just gotta keep trying. But thanks for the encouragement, and I agree with both of you. All right, so I will come and grab that camera. Oh man, it's really cold outside. Oh shoot, I locked the door, of course. No, I do not. My parents grow a little bit, not to survive on though. Like, You know, the whole mentality of like people that are off the grid and self-reliant and all that. I'm not into that at all. And nor my parents aren't either, but they do grow some vegetables, tomatoes and cucumbers and a few other things. I did not inherit that passion to enjoy growing stuff, so I don't actually have any interest in it at this time. I wish I had those skills and that passion. What it really takes is a passion. Like, I think anybody can learn anything, just about, but you have to have a desire, a passion, a drive to do it, and that's the thing that's hard to get. Like, I have no interest in that right now, but someday, you know, I may choose to do that. It's like all this building stuff I'm doing. I don't have these skills. Like, I'm doing it. I'm learning as I go and stuff. Hey, Rosie Sugar. I am putting together a shelf and trying to reinforce it. Pretty basic, nothing super interesting, but I kind of just live stream whatever I'm doing, even if it's not the most interesting stuff. Okay, I'm going to do my BRB screen, and then I will grab the camera. I can still read chat and stuff in the meantime. Oh, yeah, it's cold outside. Okay. Yeah, the question is, do I have everything I need, or I'm probably going to forget something out here. I wish I had, almost for sure. Oh, like my measuring stick, for example, and I want another one of these clamps. Shoot. This sucks. I don't know, man. I don't necessarily. I just kind of plant little seeds here and there. But if someone's not ripe for the harvest, or they're not interested, basically, then you can't really force it on them. But as I've mentioned before, I'm not really strong in evangelism, so I don't really go up to random people and share the gospel. I'm more of an indirect kind of show it through the way I live, and if people ask questions, then I talk about it if they're interested. I've been doing it more on my live stream just because that's I've been going through the Bible reading, but that's kind of a lot easier because I'm not really talking to anybody specifically face to face. I'm just kind of sharing it with whoever might drop by. A lot lower pressure that way. Oh man, I have too many things to carry. I need to make 2 trips. This is insane. Not what I wanted to do, but I don't have a choice.
Take your time. Don't overburden yourself. Cabbles. Yeah, I've been trying to tell everybody I can whenever I go outside, but the more I do it, the more it feels like such a burden. And I have joy whenever I tell them about Jesus, but almost always once we part ways I feel just so emptied out and sad. Where does Christian joy that lasts come from? Have it
That's a deep question, man. I think we're always going to be faced with various sorrows in life. To be honest, joy is something that I struggle with. Just by my own nature and personality, I'm kind of a melancholy person. So I'm not like super happy and like mega positive and sunshine and rainbows kind of person at all. So yeah, I could talk a long time about that subject, but I don't necessarily have any good answers because it's something that I struggle with as well. You kind of just gotta pray about it, honestly. It's gonna come from relationships, though. That's kind of the first thing that comes to mind. It's gonna come from relationships. If you have no deep relationships in your life, it's gonna be pretty hard to have joy, to be honest. And that can be with God, it can be with your family, it can be with, a significant other. You might be going through a time of loneliness right now. That's where I'm at personally. I don't really have any friends or family close to me right now. And so to find joy is pretty elusive. But I think it's okay to go through seasons where you're struggling and maybe not even happy,
Yeah, I don't think I have any real deep relationship with anyone.
You have a family, life just immediately has a whole different focus and purpose and joy to it. You see your kids and your family. I have not experienced that, but I have seen it. I've seen it happen in other people's lives enough to know that it's a huge part of where people find joy. But honestly, none of that stuff, including friends and family, can replace or become idols in the way of the Lord. True Christian joy, or whatever, comes from the Holy Spirit, and it has to come from Him. That's one of the fruit of the Spirit: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, gentleness. I can't remember all of them, but self-control, all those. So it's just something you have to ask. Hope that He will provide. Okay, so let's see. What else do I need? I need that pen. I'm probably still forgetting something, even though I'm grabbing all this stuff. It's kind of annoying because I don't want to. I'll have to bring it all back out again. Oh well.
Find our satisfaction in God and not in shallow entertainment of this world.
You can't, man. The only way to do it is through the Spirit. Is it in Corinthians? I can't remember. It talks about the flesh cannot do the things of the Spirit, and the Spirit cannot do the things of the flesh. You can't do it like on your own strength. That's all I can say about that. Okay, so I'm just going to show my messy living space because I'm not going to have necessarily a great place to do this, so I'll just show all the mess. Oh, I don't even know what camera angle to do here. Maybe right here. I don't have a way to get like a wide angle view of what I'm doing, so I'll just show what I can here. Okay.
Pebbles, gotta ask for it.
Yep, you gotta ask for it. It's like that guy that he asked Jesus to heal his where he asked Jesus why his disciples couldn't heal his son, I believe, and Jesus, I don't remember the story, but you know it as well as I do, probably better, but he says, do you believe? And the man said, I do believe, but help my unbelief. He's just like, I think I do. I mean, I think that's why I'm here, Jesus. I think when I heard that you're in town and I ran to you, I think that means that I believe, but apparently there's still some doubt in me. So help my unbelief. I think it's the same kind of thing with the various fruits of the Spirit. Since he gives generously and all the gifts come from him, it's not something that you earn. A gift isn't earned. A gift is given out of the joy of the giver. But you can ask. He is your Father. God is your Father. He cares about you. He loves you as your child, as his child. And so it's not going to hurt to ask. And then, of course, the thing, there's this poem somewhere that something like, you might get what you ask for, but it's not really by the path that you want. So you want patience, for example. The answer might be God puts you through a bunch of very difficult scenarios, so you grow patience as a result, So what you're asking for might seem like you're getting the opposite, but it's how you grow those things.
All things are possible for the one who believes. Find out himself. Somehow the industry not entering into the marketplace.
Yep, that's the one. Okay, so, man, that was cool. I need to blow my nose. Try to mute it over here first so it's not right in the microphone. That's annoying. Apparently the neighbor's dog is outside, so you might have heard that bark a few minutes ago. So that's another reason I don't want to be walking back and forth too many times. Every time I do, I'll probably make the dog bark again. Wake up the neighbors. Okay. Guess I'm still kind of whispering a bit. I don't really need to in here. But no reason to be super loud. Dang it, man. You're asking all the same questions that I want answered. I don't know. I mean, you're doing what he put you here for, believe it or not. You're probably a lot closer than you realize. If you're sharing the good news with others, you're a lot closer than you realize. I don't know why the joy isn't there for you. I don't know. I can't answer that. But I'd say you're doing better than I am, I would guess. Okay, I'm just gonna make a mess on the floor here because I don't really have a... Well, I guess I can at least put a little box underneath it or something to catch some of the metal shavings. Yeah, you're asking good questions, though. There are good questions that I don't have answers for, though. Let's see. What was I going to do? Get a box. Let's see. Bigger the better, because it's going to fly all over the place. Actually, what about this pizza box? That should work. Yeah, if you ever find the answers, share them with me, because I don't have the answers. I think you've probably been through a fair number of difficulties, and the more difficulties you go through, the more chance you have to either be crushed by them or be made stronger and more mature. I take you for the type that probably learns and grows from them. So you'll probably be pretty good off in the end, I hope. Alright. Even in here, that's super loud. And this drill bit might not be the right kind to go through something this strong. I probably should use some kind of oil. And I might also go look at my other drill bits, because I probably have one that's better than this one. Or even if it's not better, I might need a second one, because this one will probably wear out. And I'll try to find some kind of oil. Okay, drill bits. It's way over there, of course. The walk hasn't been easy by any means, but God is very good. Yeah, and you're just starting too, so don't expect to get it all sorted out in just a short amount of time. You don't have to be perfect to be in line with God's plan for your life, because no one would be in God's will if they had to be perfect in order to do that. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. Okay. I think you're going to be... I'm not saying this in some kind of prophetic manner, because I don't have the gift of prophecy, but I think you'll do okay. I believe it for you. Just don't go at it alone. You gotta try to find some other believers, especially near you in a church or something, that can help strengthen you. It's not good to do the Christian life in isolation. You're going to be tested and tried by many things. Okay. All right, I don't have any cutting oil, but I have a million oil products, so let's just look through them and see what we can use. Probably have something that'll work. I think I have some WD-40 in here, and that's probably fine. Should be okay. I got a whole Bible to answer that question for you. What does Paul say? What does John say in Revelation? They'll answer that better than I can. But don't worry too much about like perfect doctrine in every single little thing. I know that sounds kind of wrong, but there is no perfect church with like every single little thing that they have is perfect. Because the church is made up of people and none of us are perfect, so you can even go to a church that believes a few things that you don't really agree with and still be part of the body and the family. You just have to decide, what things you can compromise on or what things are like super important to you. And I can't answer that because you might have beliefs that I don't agree with, and I might have beliefs that you don't agree with. So for me to make a list of things like, oh, you make sure they believe this, you might be like, well, I don't even believe that. All right, so let's try this stinky oil stuff here. You might end up being a leader sooner than you think. So I think it's good not to necessarily look for a church that has all the things that you need. I mean, there's certain things that you need as a believer, but you may also be one of the ones that provides for the needs of others. Like you may end up being a leader someday. And so I can't necessarily look for the church that has everything together, because maybe you'll be part of the story of redemption for that church. Maybe they're even, for example, you could even go to a church that seems kind of lifeless. But if God has you there for a reason, maybe you're part of the rejuvenation process. Maybe you can help breathe life into a place with your passion that you have. But I can't answer that for you. I mean, only God knows where you should be. I've struggled personally finding a church. I've been having a hard time at it lately. And so I've been in a lot of churches throughout my life. But right at this moment, it's kind of a struggle. But yeah, I would encourage you not to get too wild with, you're a new believer and you might feel like you want to spread your wings and be an influencer or a catalyst of change or something, but you got to give yourself some time to grow and mature. So it's good to find a place with elders and pastor or whatever kind of structure they have, people that you can respect and ask questions. They'll be able to answer questions that I can't answer, that's for sure. I'm pretty dumbfounded with a lot of things because I still haven't figured out some stuff on my own. And but there's people out there that have been through more than I have and who've studied more. They'll be able to help you out more than I can. That's for sure. Okay, but keeping humble and avoiding pride is very important. So you might come into a place where it feels like, oh, everybody's asleep and I'm the only one awake here. And then you start comparing everybody else to your own standard. But you can only really judge your own heart. You can't really necessarily know what other people are going through or where they're at spiritually. Just gotta do your best and help, try to pray for others and, whatever. Okay, here we go. Maybe this one will be a little better. I don't know. This must be some pretty strong steel of some kind. I don't know what it is, but it's not cutting easy, that's for sure. This will be quite a chore. I might even have to go buy a particular drill bit that's, kind of expensive and made for going through metal. Some of these are probably okay, but I don't think any of them are like expensive or good quality, so I'm not sure I'll be able to get through. Making progress, but it's very slow. I also say don't let your first love being your salvation in Christ and your relationship with Him, don't allow that to get snuffed out by anything else, because you're probably pursuing some kind of career, might eventually have a family, but right now you have a time to get close to the Lord without any of those outside influences taking over. Once you get a career, a family, it's going to be easy to sort of forget some of the passion that you've had at first. And there's nothing wrong with having a career and a family and all that, but now's your chance to build that foundation so that later in life it doesn't fade away. Alright, made it through. What I don't know is if this Whole is definitely got to study the Word. Yeah, for sure. Just stay in it all the time. My favorite way to do that is through audio Bibles. Now you might say, well, listening to it's not the same as studying, and that's true, but you can do it like any time. Even when you're doing other stuff like working or doing something else, you can just have it in your headphones, and then when something really catches your attention, like I'll just start, like my eyes water up. I just get super emotional when I'm listening to the audio Bible, and then I feel really close to the Lord in those moments. But also sometimes there's things I just can't ignore that's just pop out at me. What I'll often do is like have a book of the Bible going on looping, like repeating over and over again. And so I'll just listen to it over and over again. I'll miss parts because if I'm working on something, I'm not like totally concentrating on it. But next time I loop through, I'll hear something different and really stand out. I've really enjoyed that. I need to get back into it. I started listening to Romans a couple days ago, and I need to do it more often. There was a time in my life when I was doing that very consistently, and I've kind of fallen out of regularity with that. So that was part of the reason why I wanted to do the Bible reading streams, so I myself could get back into it. It's not about all being self-righteous and ooh, look at me, I'm the leader, I'm the teacher, you all should do what I'm doing. Blech. Patooey. No, I don't care about that. I need the Lord myself, and I figured I can share it with others while I'm doing it, and maybe somebody else will be blessed too. But I'm not an example or a leader of any kind. I need the Lord just as much as anybody else, and so I'm doing it for my own growth, and hopefully blesses somebody else too. But if not, I'm still benefiting for my own sake. You can't ever stop. Like some people might say, well, I read the Bible. Yeah, I read it a long time ago. Well, are you reading it now? It's literally a lifelong thing. You don't ever get to the point when you're like done with it. Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. Why is that moving? Oh, okay, this is why I brought those clamps inside. I want to use one as the template for the other, so I'm going to kind of clamp them together. Ideally, I would have something to raise this up so it's straight across, because having it at that slant, whatever oil I put on here is just going to slide down that way. I don't know if I have anything I can use. Actually, no, I don't really. Oh well. I do have sawhorses out in the shop, but I don't think I want to go get those. Just deal with what we have. But see, you're doing a lot of the things that you should be doing. You're sharing the gospel. You're finding Christian community, even if it's just with me. That's something. You're asking challenging questions, so you're actually edifying and building me up in the meantime. And so you should be encouraged that, I don't know a whole lot about your life and stuff, but, take encouragement in the things that you can. Don't be so hard on yourself to say, don't think that you're not doing anything. worthwhile, because you are. Oh, weird. That is okay. I don't know the science. I don't know why this is. This is some crazy invention, some crazy scientific principle. I'm clamping these together, but as I screw in this one into the second one through the hole of the first one, it's moving this one on top of it like a track, and very quickly. There's something, some kind of scientific principle behind that some mechanical engineer could explain, but I don't understand it. It won't stay in position. Okay, I think I overcame whatever that was. No, still moving a little bit. Thanks, dude. Yeah, thanks for dropping by. It's always good to hear from you. Hope you have a good day. Probably should be wearing my gloves on this too. If this suddenly did some weird jolt thing, it could hurt my hand, but I think I'm okay. All right, we got 2 done. That's progress. This oil I'm using is not ideal. I wish I had some actual WD-40. It's possible I do have some, but I don't know where. I thought it would be in this bag. Yeah, just I don't think Kavios is still here, but my hope and prayer for everybody in Christ is that they far surpass me, because I'm not impressed by myself. I don't think highly of my spiritual journey. Not to condemn myself, but I know that I have struggles that kind of keep me in a certain position, except by the grace of God when He chooses to move me past what my limitations are by His strength. But anybody new in Christ, or even who's not so new, I believe for you, because of my faith in the power of the one that I serve, that any of you can very quickly and easily surpass what I am. And I don't feel bad when that happens, when I see somebody grow in Christ and they do great things and grow in maturity. I don't cry about it because I'm still in the weeds. I rejoice that God is gracious to that other person and takes them to a higher place in Christ. Okay, so I'll do the next one. I don't know if it matters which one I use as the template. So I'll keep using the same one, the one with my mark on it. Why don't I see that mark? That's weird. I don't think I got so much oil on there that it would have removed the mark. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, there's no mark of any kind that I can detect on this one. Maybe there's... That's weird. I don't see any mark on this one either. What? That's surprising and confusing. I mean, I have a hole there. There's a hole in these that's more or less in the middle. I wouldn't have just arbitrarily started drilling a hole without a mark, right? I don't think so. I think I was doing it where the mark was, but now there is no mark. So either the oil somehow removed the mark, or since I had those clamped together, the vibration or the roughness of the two rubbing together removed the mark. Either way, it's very strange that there's not at least a remnant of the Sharpie marker that I used. That would be disappointing to me if somehow I was drilling a hole that's not in the center because I picked one without the mark and just started drilling without any basis for measurement. But I'm pretty sure I grabbed the one that had the mark on it when I first started. Let's check the others here. And none of these have a mark, so for me, that's odd. That's almost like, seems impossible to me that the mark would have completely been removed. But I guess probably the explanation is that this oil that I'm using is very, very much, what do you call it, solvent for that Sharpie marker, and it completely removed it. I'm going to double check the measurement before I do the next one. I wonder if that would be better to put the clamp in that little angle. I feel like that might be a good choice. Okay. It just wants to move it. That's bizarre. Don't understand the physics of that. Hey, Realism, how are you doing? Wow, it doesn't matter how hard I clamp these together. DIY indeed. Drilling holes in metal bars that are parts of a shelf that I'm trying to reinforce. What? Look at that. What? I am just drilling straight down. Something about it is making like a wheel, a very high friction wheel that's pulling it in one direction. It's pure nonsense. I don't even know what to do about that. Burn it. Flamethrow it. I could go for that. That's cool. What are those emote things? I've never really been in chat on now. So are those just built into stickers? Okay, cool. I've been okay. Been a little bit struggling with motivation lately, but other than that, doing fine. We were just talking about that earlier on the stream. I don't even know what to do to address this problem of the thing moving side to side like that. It's very strange to me. But I do want to get my drink, so I'll get that real quick. Okay, how are you doing? I'm just gonna have to vacuum here, and I don't think it's really falling in that pizza box. Yeah, same here. That way, if anybody ever watches the stream later, they can follow the conversation. But every once in a while, you get trolls that are just, doing stupid stuff, and that makes it annoying to have it on the stream. But I don't get a whole lot of that. But when it does happen, it's annoying. Okay, how can I solve this problem? I need a much stronger clamp or some other method. I'm not really sure. I have no idea. Complain out? I'm not sure what that means. I'll just try really low pressure and see what that does. Oops. It's doing that thing again where it's moving it. It's very annoying. Probably a C-clamp would be stronger. I think I have one. Actually, if it's in here, I'll use that. Oh, thanks for the invite, dude. I'll be right back, see if my C-clamp is over here. I don't think I left it inside. I think it's probably out in the shop, but... oh, there it is. Cool. We'll try that. That might apply enough force to keep it in position. Really should be called a G-clamp. Looks more like a G than a C. Yep, I do for all 12 platforms that I'm streaming on. In fact, see, totally looks like a G. Well, I guess like that, see? That is called a C-clamp. Yeah, it's called socialstream.ninja. It's very cool. This is not an ideal setup. And the only reason I'm in here is because I'm trying not to make noise out in the shop for the sake of the neighbors. And yeah, so this is not a good setup at all. All right, 3 down, 5 to go. Yuck, that's a lot. I think I am going to go get my gloves, though, because that hurts. I might have some in here I can use, so I don't have to go all the way outside. Cool. Yeah, did you hear adequately what I said? Some people are like, what? Because it's hard to understand what I'm saying. But yeah, socialstream.ninja. Yeah, I recommend that to everybody. Also, V as in Victor, D as in Douglas, I don't know, A as in Apple, VDO, O as in, well, O is pretty easy to understand. VDO.ninja is another thing that I use. It allows me to do some of the wizardry that you see me doing sometimes. Check them out. They're both very cool tools. Let's see. What was I going to do? Get some gloves. They're both made by the same guy. Amazing streaming tools that everybody should be using, unless they have, there are other solutions, but it allows you to do a lot of cool stuff. Social Stream Ninja allows you to compile the chats of over 50, almost 100 different websites. Pretty much every streaming site you can imagine is supported by it. Video.ninja allows you to use your your phone as a wireless camera for your live stream, which is pretty awesome. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, YouNow and every site you can think of, Twitch, YouTube, Trovo, DLive, literally everything, Facebook, X, Instagram. I don't even think I can think of any live stream platform that's not supported by it. Actually, I do know of one that's not supported, but it pretty much has everything. Okay, that one's done. and they're all in the same window. That's what's the coolest thing about it. Plus, it has text-to-speech. It has a million features. I couldn't even list them. It has a ridiculous number. What about apart, separate sites, broadcast? I don't really understand the question, but everything is in the same room, like in the same box. Like maybe you've seen me do this before, but I don't know. Not everybody has, but I can type in any of my chats, and they will appear in the same box. There's DLive. Oh yeah, Kick. There's Kick. There's Pixel. There's Trovo. There's Twitch. Google Plus. Odyssey. Oh yeah, Rumble, of course. Rumble. YouTube, and so on, etc., etc., etc. Okay. Oh yeah, I should definitely be wearing gloves. Okay. At least one glove. The hand that I'm holding the metal with, for sure. Yeah, there are. It is a little bit complicated. I've thought about making a tutorial myself, but other people, just do a YouTube search for socialstream.ninja and you'll figure it out, I think. If you're interested, if it's something that you want to do. The cool thing is, I can be on the top of a mountain and watching chat for 12 platforms at once. I don't think anybody else in the world is doing what I'm doing. People are using the same tools that I'm using, but I'm like doing it with more platforms than most people. And it's just kind of satisfying to be like walking around somewhere IRL and having all 12 chats in one window like that. It's super cool. But it's not, I can't take credit for it because I didn't write the software. It's all thanks to Steve Sigin. He did it all. Amazing programmer. Okay. But you do have to, one of the key. Yes, you can. The only limitation is that you have to have like a computer going somewhere, like a computer at home, compiling all the chats. Because basically, what it does, you have to have all the chat windows open somewhere on a desktop, not a phone. So that's the downside of it. But I don't care. I mean, if you don't have a PC or a Mac or whatever to do it, then that could be a problem. Like if all you have is a phone, that could be an issue. But if you do, then it's magic, absolutely magic. Basically, it's called screen scraping, if you know what that is. It's a browser extension that you add to like Chrome or whatever, and then you just open all the windows, and it reads the chat from all the windows and puts it in its own window, and then it sends that information to your phone or whatever browser overlay for OBS, etc. But I can also check this out. Screen scraping, yeah, there's only one P, but yeah, check this out though. Socialstream.ninja. I can change scenes with socialstream.ninja. It's another pretty amazing thing. It's pretty sick. All right. No, I need to get the next one. But yeah, text-to-speech for all the platforms, every single platform, 50 plus, almost 100 platforms, text-to-speech for all of them. Pretty cool. It also has a emote wall, like put a bunch of emotes in chat and they'll bounce around. It has like user polls. It has text message highlighting, like kind of like the YouTube super chats thing. You can highlight any message and it'll pop up big, fade in, fade out on the stream. You can style it all however you want. It has a lot more than that. Those are just some of the basic things. It has a ton of stuff. Plus, if you are good at programming, you can make it do just about anything. But that's not for everybody, obviously. And the coolest thing, in my opinion, about it, besides just how cool it is for what it does, is the developer is very responsive. I would argue he's the most responsive developer on any project in the entire world. I don't even think that's an exaggeration. You go into his Discord and say, hey, this is broken, can you fix it? He'll fix it in like 10 minutes. Or you say, hey, can you add this new feature, like a completely new feature that doesn't exist? He'll probably get it done in like a week, maybe a day, sometimes even an hour if it's very simple. It's unbelievable. The guy is a machine. He's very kind and nice and generous. I kind of worry that he'll eventually burn out because he's maybe overdoing it, but you know, that's up to him to decide. Oh, I forgot I could do this. I burnt out myself, so that's why I kind of am worried about him. But you know. Like earlier today, like yesterday, Kick over the last week has been changing their website massively, and every time they change the code, it changes how his screen scraping works, and so he has to update the code. So another guy and myself noticed that it was not working, and so we let him know in Discord, and he fixed it in like 10 minutes. And that's very normal. He does that a lot. It's pretty much just him, his own personal project, one guy. There's a few other people that have contributed code to the project, but for the most part, he's done almost everything. I think he's a genius. I really think he's probably, if they did some kind of score on his brain, he's some kind of genius, because he's very talented in his programming stuff, that's for sure. run a little bit faster. It helps to wear this. I'm pushing with a ton of pressure and gripping this very strongly. It's really hurting my fingers. Do I only use OBS? Sorry, I missed that question, or I saw it and I forgot to answer it. I don't know what that means, only. I use a lot of different stuff. But as far as the streaming platform that sends out, broadcasts to all the platforms, yeah, I use OBS. But I use a lot of different technologies kind of pooled together. Case in point, Video Ninja and socialstream.ninja are not OBS, so that is not just OBS. And there's a bunch of other stuff that I use also. Okay, I need to find one with the biggest opening. I hope I'm staying in the middle approximately. So I could check to see if all these line up still. But yeah, I prefer using OBS rather than the browser-based solutions because the browser solutions don't have as much options for different plugins and tools and visual effects and all that kind of stuff. So you have a lot more control over the appearance of your stream if you're using OBS. Okay. Is it screen scraper? No, I mean, you should just, in the Chrome store, you should just search for socialstream.ninja and it should come up. It has kind of a pink and aqua colored logo, I think, if I remember right. And the author's name is Steve Seguin. So that should be enough to help you find it, but I'm not sure what you're seeing. Of course, as with all... Oh yeah, screen scraper. That's just the method that it's using. It's not called screen scraper. What a screen scraper is it's literally reading all of the code on a website, all the HTML and CSS, JavaScript, etc., and pulling pieces out of it. So basically, it's looking at younow.com and it's looking inside the chat box. It finds the chat container and then it sees message, 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 message. It pulls each of those pieces of code, takes the text out of it, takes the image out of it, and re-spits it out into its own format, into its own window. And that whole process is called screen scraping. Okay. But yeah, use at your own discretion. If you don't trust a plugin, then it does have access to a lot of information. I personally trust the author of this plugin But you know, as with every browser plugin, they have a lot of access to potentially private information and all that. So use at your own risk. Whew. I wondered if that might happen. Oh, I broke the drill bit. I was pushing too hard, but yeah, oh well. So that means I have to try another one, but I think that was the best one for this purpose. That's actually pretty dangerous when that kind of thing happens. You want to make sure your hand is really far away from where you're drilling if you're pushing into it like that, because when it breaks, your drill is going to fly off one or the direction or the other, and if your hand was really close, you'd be putting a hole in your hand. I think that might be the most appropriate drill bit. I don't have a lot of drill bits. I need to buy some more. Yeah, I agree, but the thing is, you can't necessarily trust that. I'm not trying to make anybody paranoid, but everyone can say whatever they want. I trust the author. I don't necessarily know him personally, but I've had quite a few conversations with him, and he just seems like a trustworthy guy to me. But yeah, the only thing is, yeah, open source, no data collection. The only way to verify that, though, is to be a very good programmer yourself and read every single line of code. And the vast majority of people can't do that, and even those that can won't. So open source really doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I do recommend it. I think it's safe. It is a little bit tech savvy. There's a little bit of a challenge to get it set up, but I think his tutorials, like if you just go to socialstream.ninja, it's a website. If you just go there and read the whole thing from top to bottom, skipping the stuff that doesn't seem relevant, I think you'll get the gist of it. And then, of course, he does have YouTube videos, and there's other people who have reviewed it. I think people like Nutty and Andy Lippy have talked about it, so it's pretty well known. It's kind of obscure though, like it's well known and obscure at the same time. Like I feel like when I tell people about it, it's the first they've heard of it, and I've actually got a lot of people using it just by mentioning, because they see my stream and they're like, wait, how do you have chat for this platform that doesn't have a overlay or they don't have any widgets? How are you doing that? And so I just tell it, and so I feel pretty confident about it. I'm not worried about it. But yeah, once again, don't just do what some guy on the internet tells you to do, and make your own educated decision. Okay. And I don't mind answering questions about it if somebody's like trying it out and they can't quite figure it out. I would say though that if you have no technical background, you might get overwhelmed. but I think the tutorials make it reasonable. Okay, interestingly enough, while this did break the bit, I think there's enough to grip on still. Let's see. You got it right, except there's no A. I accidentally said A, and there is no A. It's just VDO.ninja. It used to be called OBS.ninja, but you changed the name to VDO.ninja. Okay, I think this will still work. The shaft broke at the base, but as long as I can get this tight enough, it should still work, theoretically. All right, Crawling Moon, thanks for dropping by. In case you were confused, my name's not Mr. Monsieur, but I think you're just kind of playing on my stream title there. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I'll see you around sometime. C State drums. Oh, cool. I don't know who that is, but cool. The thing that's cool about it, as many cell phones as you have, each of them can become a streaming machine. What I should say is it's not just your cell phone, but yeah, see you around. My name's Flo, actually, but yeah, PHLO, Flo, part of my username, Flo Mix, but my name's actually Flo. I just added the mix because some websites I can't get the 4-letter username. But anyway, yeah, basically every single phone can become a camera, a wireless camera for your live stream. Basically, you use this app. You can either use Video.ninja app, the native app on the Android store. It's probably on the Apple store too. I don't know because I'm an Android guy. You can either use that, which I recommend. It's better than the browser, or you can use any browser, Firefox, Chrome, whatever, and just open up Video.ninja in your browser, and that creates a connection. It's very extraordinary. No special equipment necessary. And the latency is very good, like far less than a second. It's using WebRTC technology, and if you know what that is, it's very fast. Peer-to-peer. Supposedly very secure. I don't know about that, but anyway, yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, 2 more to go. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I feel like I'm missing one because I should have a total of 8. Did I only bring 7 inside, or did I put one of the ones that I completed in a weird place? Anyway, I'll figure that out eventually. I should have one more somewhere. Mister. I took high school French, so occasionally a word in French makes it into my funny vocabulary or stream titles or whatever. Yeah, no worries. Glad to be a help to anybody. I recommend, if you don't already, subscribe to Nutty, N-U-T-T-Y, on YouTube, and Andy Lippy, A-N-D-I-L-I-P-P-I. Both of them are on YouTube, and they cover all the crazy technology related to streaming. Anything you want to know, they'll cover it. Got a ton of videos out from years of exploration of all the technologies and tools available. I don't think there's anybody better than those two. Epos, Vox used to be into that, and Alpha Gaming. Those guys have kind of moved on to a different type of content. Not quite as on the ball with the streaming stuff as Nutty and Andy Lippy. Okay. They're more about kind of, I don't want to call them sellouts because that's kind of insulting, but they're kind of about making channels that review a bunch of expensive equipment that nobody can afford except for them because they get it for free from the companies, and I don't really care about that kind of content these days. I used to find it interesting, but it's like, I can't afford any of this stuff, so it's, why am I watching this? But yeah, Nutty and Andy Lippy are not like that at all. Although they do also do some product reviews. It's not a major part of their channels. Okay, where did I put that C-clamp? Yeah, and feel free to share that with everybody. There's no secret. There's no permission needed. I didn't make it. Someone else did, and I love sharing tips and tricks with anybody and everybody. There's no elitism here. The more people that can be helped by it, better, as far as I'm concerned. Some streamers like to keep their secrets on what tools they're using so that they can stay ahead of the competition, but I don't care at all about that stuff. Not competing with anybody here. All right. I don't think this drill bit will break again. It might get so dull that it becomes ineffective, but it broke because it's one of those hex grip ones on the end, so it has a hex key or a hex whatever shape on the end of it, so it's easier to use with certain tools, like an impact driver, for example. And it broke where that hex joins this bit, so now that that's broken, I think I'm on the actual shaft of the drill bit itself. It should stay. I don't think it's going to break a second time. Seems unlikely. Whew, this is hard though. Whew. Yeah, that Stream, I think you're probably talking about Stream Pro or StreamNow.pro or whatever. I liked that for a while. Unfortunately, some of the widgets stopped working, and I tried contacting the guy that made it, and I don't know if he kind of gave up on the project, it's not working on it anymore, or he's definitely not responsive like that other guy I was talking about. So it seems like he and I understand, like, you make something for free, you don't necessarily want to have it be your project for the rest of your life, you know, getting paid nothing for making something. So I totally get it. I'm just saying, it doesn't seem like he's maintaining it very actively, and so I had to disable my alerts on the stream because it just doesn't work anymore. It just has an error code when you try to run it, and so yeah, I can't do alerts, unfortunately. So I tend to miss a lot of stuff on YouNow because of that. The tool that this guy created, the socialstream.ninja, attempts to pick up all the events and stuff, but you know, when you're maintaining a piece of code that's scraping from almost 100 websites, any one of those websites could change their code at any time and break the tool. Or maybe there's a feature that he's just never seen before, like the invite thing, or a host, or a raid, or a donation, or all these different things that every website has. He has to actually code that, you know, to look for those events, and you know, it's just a lot of work. And I think he picks up on some of that. Like, I did see that invite thing that you did, but some of the other things, like when people like the stream, I don't think I always see that, or there's some other things. I think if somebody gives me those purple pearls or whatever, I'm not sure that shows up. And yeah, anyway. Okay.
For social stream. Ninja to use at my end if you add it as IRC.
IRC, I don't know what that is. I mean, IRC, like from ages ago, is like a chat protocol, but I don't think that's what you're talking about. So I don't know what that is. But yeah, so you have to have the YouNow page open, so you have your profile open, or your stream open, like you start your stream, and have the chat visible in a window, a tabbed window or whatever. It doesn't have to actually be visible on the screen, it just has to be open in a tab. So you're running your stream and you have YouNow open to your profile showing your stream, and you can see the chat in a browser on your desktop. And then you install the plugin and it will automatically pick up your chat, and it'll send it to a URL. So the URL at the top of the plugin, you pull down the options for the plugin. You'll have this URL at the very top, a link. You cut and paste that link into a OBS browser source, but you also need to have that link open in a tab somewhere. Actually, no, you don't. I can't remember. Do you have to have that open? I don't know if you have to have it open in a tab. I always have it open in a tab because I want to be able to come to my computer and see all the chats in one place. But you can also do a custom dock in OBS, like a browser dock panel, and so you could have it there. But yeah, you can also do a browser source in OBS and put that URL and have it there. I mean, there's just so many things. Right, correct. Right, that is correct. Some sites have pop-out chat, and he codes it to prefer. It always looks for a pop-out. Yep, that is correct. So sites that have a pop-out chat, he looks for that URL for the pop-out chat address. If it doesn't have it, then yeah, you just have your stream open in a browser window. The thing is, since it's open source, you can go in and change it too if you have that skill set. Like, I have that skill set, but I'm so burnt out and I hate coding stuff that I haven't really done much with it. Like, for example, like Vaughan.live, VAUGHN, I think, .live, is a site that's not supported by SocialStream. I did actually ask him in Discord, but that was like over a year ago, and he was really busy at the time. I said, hey, you'd be able to add Vaughan.live, and he was just happened to be super busy at that time, so he didn't do it. But I thought, well, I could just add it. I mean, I have the ability to do it. I haven't done it yet, but the only reason I'm not streaming on Vaughan is because he didn't add it, and I don't really want to keep a special window open just for one website. So, but I may eventually either ask him again. or I may add it myself, because it's actually not that hard to add a website. The code, I've looked at it before. It's not that crazy complicated. He even has a tutorial on YouTube how to add your own chat website to StreamNow. Yeah, probably. I basically want to stream to as many websites as possible. What is it? iVlog.tv. I may have heard of that. I don't remember. But yeah, thanks for mentioning it. I'll check it out. I've streamed to as many as 14 sites simultaneously. Right now I'm streaming to 12. And I like to do as many as possible, but some of them have either, like, I don't like the website for some reason, like it's too extreme for me. Like pilled.net might be an example of that. It's just like all about politics or something. Or the main reason I don't stream on a particular website is because it's another language. Like, there's a lot of Russian and Korean streaming sites, and it doesn't really make sense to me to stream on a site that isn't another language. I feel like that would be disrespectful to expect them to talk in English. But I would stream to those if that wasn't an issue, because I just want to keep finding more. It's fun for me. With the Pro, you can have 5 guests, but none. The Pro, you have no guests, but it's a cool site. Nice. Yeah, I don't care about having guests. I don't ever intend to do collaboration streams, so that doesn't matter to me. Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. That's cool. I'll check it out for sure. Hey, D. Jod. Sorry, I don't know Arabic. Right. Yeah, like a panel or whatever. There's different words for it, but I just don't really do that myself. I'm kind of an introvert and keep to myself. Plus, I'm very conservative and old-fashioned, and most people want to talk, use swear words and talk about sexual stuff, and I want to keep my stream family friendly. So I don't have a problem with people doing the stuff they do. I just want to keep my particular channel and stuff. So multiple streams going. How can you have guests? Well, I mean, you could. Like, I could just do a Discord call and have a bunch of faces on my stream like everybody else does. But it's just not my style, you know. And I don't say any of that to judge anybody else's content. I'm just saying that's what I'm about. Hey, Gaza. I am drilling holes in these metal bars. These are supports for a shelving system, and I'm trying to reinforce the shelves at the middle because they're these bars that you see here, and when you put the boards for the shelf on, if you have too much weight on them, the bars will push outward and the shelf will collapse between them. So what I'm doing is I'm drilling holes in the center of them. I'm going to put some threaded rods and some nuts on either side to squeeze in the two sides of the shelf together so that they can't collapse outward, essentially. Pretty basic, but I do a lot of random stuff on my stream. Today, this is what I'm doing, but it's different every time. Let's see, I don't remember if I put some oil on there. Should have done more of that on all of these, honestly, kind of the up and down, shaving off the splinters of metal. But I'll probably file all these later. Okay. So unless I counted wrong, I think I only have 7, so I must not have counted properly when I brought the stack of these in, because I need 8. So I might have to go out to the shop and grab one more. Unless it's here somewhere. It could be here and I'm just like kind of blind to it. I also need to wipe the nasty oil stuff off of here. Okay, let's recount these. Let's see, we got 4 there, 5. Got 5 there. 6. 7. So yeah, I guess I just didn't count right when I brought them in, so I'll have to go grab one. I'll be right back. I'm also going to take a quick bathroom break. So I'll be a couple minutes. Once again, Social Stream Ninja, wireless, not connected to anything, just a regular cell phone. Boink. Boink. Turn up my music momentarily. Hopefully I don't forget to turn it back down when I get back, but Okay, I think I did everything correctly as far as my stream audio and stuff. The crazy thing is, though, I can be on the top of the mountain in the middle of nowhere as long as I have cell phone signal. I can change my scenes in OBS. I can read all the chats from 12 different platforms. Pretty cool. I like it a lot. Of course, if the if the cell signal is not very good, then nothing's gonna work properly. But anyway, you can even start and stop your stream remotely. Where did I put my chat? Oh, it's way over there. Whoops. I'm wanting to make a tool. I don't want to make it because I hate programming these days, but I want to make a tool that it's going to use similar technology. Basically, I'll have a browser on my phone that has Bible verses. I can like select the book and the chapter and the verse and all that stuff. And it'll show it on my screen. And as I'm changing pages, so like say it'll show verses 1 through 3, whatever can fit on the screen, and I'll push next, see verses 4 through 6 or whatever. As I'm doing that, it will show that same exact screen on my stream when I'm out somewhere, like hiking or something. And I know how to make that because I've already done that essentially with my soccer ball juggling counter. It was basically using the same script that I wrote for that and just changing it. It would be a lot more complicated, but absolutely I can do it. I just don't have the motivation to do it. I always just hope that somebody else has already made something, but unfortunately I've never found something that can do that. I prefer to use the work of somebody else and not have to do it myself, because I don't like programming anymore. All right, one more hole to drill and then we're done in here. Wow, like 2 whole hours have gone by since I started. It's been a slow process. But we're getting close, because once I'm done with these holes, this was the biggest part of the job, is drilling these holes. Once I'm done with that, all I have to do is, oh shoot, not totally true. But yeah, assembling it will be easy, and then the only other thing I have to do, and I'll wait till tomorrow later in the day, I have to cut the ends of the threaded rods off. That'll be very noisy. So I'll wait till a reasonable time of day to do that. Oops, I forgot to put some oil on this one. I don't know how much difference that makes, but it probably helps a little bit. that is it. Glad I had this C-clamp because they were not staying together without it, so that was important. I have metal filings all over my floor though, so I'm gonna have to vacuum very thoroughly before I start walking in this area without my shoes on. Where's that napkin? I'll probably wait till tomorrow to wash these off. Well, I could take some cleaning stuff out there. Yeah, maybe I should do that. It'll be easier to clean when they're taken apart like this. Okay, let's just get an inventory of objects here. What do I need to take out with me? So make as few trips as possible. Some of the stuff I'll leave in here until tomorrow. I'll just take out there what I need for this project. So I got one of the threaded rods out here. In here, and got my camera, got my chat, got these, and I'll want to bring some cleaning fluid and some paper towels. So yeah, it'll take at least 2 trips. I'm gonna do a BRB and I'll be outside in a few minutes. Oh, here's another threaded rod. You'll still be able to hear me as I'm walking back and forth. Wow, these metal things are heavy. They don't really seem heavy until you're carrying them for a significant distance. Okay, I do not want these to fall over. The loudest noise in history. Okay, I think they're stable there. All right, back for trip number 2. Already have some paper towels out there, that's good. Might be thinking like, well, You have some experience with programming. How come you're not doing that for your job? Did it for 15 years. Turns out that I hate it. Got completely burnt out. Can't do it anymore. I even have a hard time, very, 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 very hard time doing things that I enjoy regarding programming. I've come to hate it so much that I can't even motivate to do personal fun projects anymore. It's kind of unfortunate because it's a good career. I recommend it. Like, I would never discourage anybody from doing that career, any kind of programming or any related field. It's a good career, but not for me. Not anymore. It served its purpose for part of my life, but now I can't. I don't know if I'll say I'll never go back to it. I hope not. But I don't know what the future holds. But I'm doing what I can to pursue other things at this point. Oh, I forgot the cleaning fluid. The one thing that's currently the Social Stream Ninja can't do that I wish it did was to be able to do more with OBS than it does, such as mute things. Technically, I can mute my audio from my phone in another way using Video Ninja, but the phone that is controlling my audio is in my pocket. And I'm wearing jeans, which are very tight pockets. It's really hard to get it out, and it's just a pain. So that's why I usually just talk while I'm on my BRB screens, because it's just easier to do it that way. I'm doing something very unusual as well. I have a phone set up just to capture audio, nothing else. That phone is in my pocket, and that's because it works better if you have a phone with a headphone jack, because a headphone jack is also a microphone jack, so you can attach a external microphone to phones like that. And I have an old phone that I'm using in that way. Anyway, it's complicated, but it's kind of cool, kind of annoying at the same time. Okay. Well, here we go. Okay, before this falls off, I'm gonna take it down. Basically, there are two shelves on top of each other, and technically, if I wanted to, instead of having one tall shelf like I have, I could have two shelves that are like work table height. That's something I could consider. I feel like it's more space efficient to have them stacked on top of each other, because then I can get things up in the space up here. So I'll probably continue with that strategy for now. I only have one of these shelves, so I could obviously get some more in the future, or I don't think I'd buy this kind of shelf, because obviously I'm encountering annoyances with it. I'm having to essentially modify it It'd be nice to find a type of shelf that's a little bit stronger, and ideally one that has wheels on it so you can move it around. I have a shelf like that inside. It's much stronger, it has wheels, looks better, everything about it's better, but I'm using it for my TV, what do you call it, TV stand, I guess. Okay, let's give these a quick wipe down so they don't have that nasty stuff all over them. Hopefully all these holes are big enough. They should be. Okay, so put this one here. Actually, no. That's not right. First things first, I'm going to put a threaded rod through it with the nut on the other side. So this is just like a giant screw. It's actually a quarter, I think it's 1/4 inch 20, which is the same size as a tripod. I actually got it for that reason, thinking like, well, if I have any leftovers, I might be able to piece things together for some of my streaming gear, because this is the standard size of thread that's on every single tripod in the entire world. So, and I have a lot of gear that hooks together using this thread, like that light that is shining on me over there has it, and my camera right there is on a tripod that has it. Like everything has it. So that's why I chose this size. Anyway, it's just a long screw, has threads all the way from one end to the other. They're actually pretty cheap. They're like less than $3 for one of these. So I'm putting that through this hole here. And then I have matching nuts like that. So we'll hold it here. Just put it enough through the nut so I'm pretty sure it's not gonna like come off or something. If you wanted to get all fancy, you could put 2 nuts on each side and then it would kind of lock it in place, or use some kind of a lock washer or something. But I may choose to do that later, but for now I'm just going to use the nuts. The cool thing about this actually is that the nut is perfectly sized to kind of wedge into that gap, so it's not going to be able to turn at all. In fact, it'll be pretty difficult to turn the one on the other side to get it in tightened. So I'm going to put this on the back side because I won't be able to see that. That's why I did the threaded rod first on that side. If you can see that sticking out there, I'll put the camera down a little bit. So there's the threaded rod coming out toward the front. Then I take another one of those supports that I drilled a hole in, and I put the threaded rod through it like so. Except it needs to go the other way. Attach that. There we go. So I don't know if you can see that very well, but got that threaded rod going through the 2 holes on either side of the shelf supports, and then I'll put a nut on this other side to tighten it down, and then eventually I'll have to cut this excess here, but I'll do that tomorrow when it's a reasonable time to make a bunch of noise, because I'll have to use either an angle grinder, a rotary tool like a Dremel, or a hacksaw, and all of those are very loud, so decided I would wait. I actually kind of enjoy watching those random tips and trick videos of how DIY stuff. One of them had something like taking a rubber belt of some sort and putting part of it around the nut here, and then the other side around your drill, and then you turn your drill on and it spins that belt and really quickly spins this nut, so you don't have to spend all this time screwing it in all the way. But some of those hacks are pretty goofy. Like it doesn't take that long to screw it in manually, so like the time that you spend going to look for some belt to use in your drill and all that stuff, it's almost comical, some of those tips and tricks, because they don't save any time in the end, or they're so outlandish and crazy, like, oh yeah, just ruin this tool that you use all the time so that you can make this other weird tool, instead of just going and buying a cheap tool that's made specifically for the purpose. You ruin some other tool just to, I don't know, I find them kind of funny, but at the same time, some of the ideas are pretty creative and interesting. One thing I might be able to do that's related to that trick, though, well, I can't because I don't have my drill, but probably just the plastic or rubber on the drill itself would be enough friction to rotate this, but I left it inside, so I will just do it by hand. I will have a lot of these to do, though, so maybe I should use that trick. It'll take a while. I'm gonna go grab it and see if it actually will work. A thick rubber band might work too, but it would have to be a pretty strong rubber band. Which I might have one, actually. It'd be worth checking just for fun. Use one of those tricks that I watched. Oh, great. I left my keys out there somewhere, I guess. Oh, I forgot to clean that second one with the cleaning fluid. Of course. I might end up staying up all night because it's so late at this point and I'm not even done yet. Hopefully my batteries don't run out on my phones. I should probably check that actually. So I could plug them in if I need to. Let me grab a couple of USB cords while I'm in here just in case. Definitely power banks are your friend. If you can get a couple really good high capacity ones, it's really good for IRL streaming because you can't always be plugged into a wall somewhere. And streaming uses a lot of batteries. I mean a lot, very quickly. It'll drain your phone like nothing. And that is one thing that I would say. You have to have a halfway decent phone to be able to use video.ninja. It'll work on an older phone, but it might be a little bit choppy or whatever. Of course, the better cameras your phone has, the better it's going to look, obviously. Okay, I just brought out a few more things that I had inside since I had to come out here anyway. But you literally can use any phone. You don't need a specific kind of phone. It's just a smartphone, obviously not like a flip phone or something. Okay. I'll check my phone here for battery. It's actually pretty good. When I use this phone for just my audio, it lasts for quite a number of hours. Doesn't even have to be plugged in. I think it can go for 6 or 8 hours. That's pretty impressive. I'm kind of surprised, actually. Okay, so I was going to try that trick with the drill. I don't know if it'll work, but I'm just going to take the drill bit out of there. And then maybe use this. Oh, maybe I have to have something in there. No, I don't. Okay, so let's see. Oh, you don't need to unpack it. That tutorial, I forgot to mention, that tutorial is a little bit outdated. You don't have to download and unpack it now. You can just install it from the Chrome store. Basically, he developed it in the Chrome Manifest version 2, which if you're not a coder, that means nothing to you. But basically, Chrome has a store and it uses a certain kind of coding language or architecture. They completely overhauled and changed it to Manifest version 3 recently. And all that to say, you can just search for Social Stream Ninja on the Chrome store. You'll find it has like 5 reviews because he just added it recently. And don't bother unpacking it. You don't need to unpack it. Okay, then you don't. That tutorial, unfortunately, it's confusing. It's hard to explain which parts are still applicable and which are not. But if you've already installed the plugin in your browser, all you have to do is make it visible on your toolbar so you can see it. There's that little puzzle piece thing in Chrome that shows your plugins. Just click on that. Click on the Social Stream plugin and pin it. Like there's that little pin icon so that you can always see it on your toolbar, your taskbar, whatever it's called. And then you'll see a little switch that's red. And you just have to like click on that and it'll expand the control panel, and you want to turn it on by clicking on that red switch and it'll become green. That's it. It's actually way easier to install now than it used to be. So, and then you just like click through all the menus and change as many options as you want. Kind of learn how to use it by looking through the menus. So yeah, it's actually way easier now that it's in the Chrome store. You don't have to unpack it. You don't have to install it manually. You don't have to go into Chrome settings and enable developer mode. You don't have to do any of that stuff. You just install the plugin and you're good. It's way easier. But unfortunately, he hasn't updated his tutorial since they made that change, because if he did, it would be a lot shorter and easier. He'll probably eventually make a new tutorial. Maybe he already has and I just haven't looked at it. But okay, in theory this would work, but I do need something with more friction. Like a rubber band, thick, strong rubber band, which I don't think I have one, but that totally would work if I did have something like that. Could probably use like a piece of fabric too, maybe even a piece of paper. Let's try a piece of paper. This is kind of just a goofy thing that I'm doing. Just try to save time just for fun. It's totally not necessary. Not even sure it'll work. Tripping over junk. I need some scissors. I need a piece of tape. We're gonna do it because it's fun, and we can both, or whoever's watching, you can learn something along with myself. It might not work though, but you'll get the idea when you see what I'm trying to accomplish. Okay. I just want to make this faster to put these nuts on there, so he hasn't updated the tutorial. I actually should do that myself. I sort of halfway offered. I said, you know, you're really busy. The thing is, he has the coolest chat tool there is, in my opinion. It's way better than Restream Chat. And seemingly nobody knows about it. So I was kind of saying, well, I could make a YouTube video explaining what it is and how to use it. Problem is, I don't have anybody on my YouTube channel, so even if I did that, all I'm doing is folding this piece of paper so it has several layers and it's kind of thin like this, and then I'm going to make a belt out of it. This may not work, but I'm going to try it. Anyway, I did offer to do that. I just told him I'm kind of lazy, or not motivated. But if I ever get motivated, maybe I'll do that. And he was like, yeah, that would be cool. Problem is, like I said, I don't have any exposure on my channel. I've thought many times about just doing a live stream about it, but the problem with live streams is they're very long and sloppy, not edited, so nobody's going to want to watch like a 2-hour long live stream where I'm kind of explaining it. Will this work as a preview going live in YouNow, or you have to go live to do it? Well, YouNow is unfortunate because as far as I understand, the only way to see your chat is to go live. Most platforms, you can just open the chat window or pop out the chat when you're offline, like Kick or Twitch or YouTube or whatever. So yeah, unfortunately, you'll have to do a test stream of some sort, sadly. Okay, so now we have something like a belt, so I'm hoping that as I spin this, it'll rotate that nut a lot faster than I could do it by hand. It may not work, but we'll try it anyway. No, there's not enough friction. Yeah, you definitely need a rubber, something rubber. There's not nearly enough friction. Actually, let me see. Let me think about this for a second here. I think maybe if I put a drill bit in here and tighten that, it might work, possibly. I'm not sure. We'll try it. No, it's just not enough friction. You can kind of see what I'm trying to do. But yeah, you need a rubber, something rubbery. That's the only way to do that. It's a cool idea, but it's not going to work without some kind of rubber band. So yeah, it's not a big deal. I can just do this manually. I just thought it'd be kind of fun to do it that way because it'd be a lot faster. But all that time I just wasted experimenting. I could have already had this done. But what I was thinking, I was sort of thinking ahead, like, well, I've got to do 8 of these, or no, 4 of these, I guess. 2 pairs. I mean, got 8 total sides, but that's only 4 shells. But well, let's do it the old-fashioned way. Actually, one thing I could do is no, that's going to unscrew the other side. I was going to say I could rotate the rod itself, which would be a lot faster, but that would unscrew the other side unless I disengage it. Okay, we're going to disengage it from that side. And I can go like this, just considerably faster. Okay, we're getting close. And I'll just do it manually. There we go. Okay, the only thing left to do now is to put the shelf on there and tighten it. I think I'm going to need some kind of lock washer, or even probably a second nut on this other side. Yeah, that's what I need to do. So I'll probably have to undo this, put a nut on this side, and then tighten those two together. That's what I need to do. So I need 16 nuts, which I think I only have 12, so I'll have to go buy 4 more. But that's definitely what I need to do for sure. Can you color names in YouNow? Yeah, look at there's a million options in there, as you know. I think it's under like styling or something, but yeah, you can. Well, I don't know if it'll color the names the same as. Actually, I think so. Basically, what he tries to do is if the site already has a color, he tries to pass that through to his code. He may or may not do that on YouNow, but he tries to do it on every website. I haven't really checked. Or I guess it looks like it's white. There may be an option to do that. If not, you could actually go in the Discord and say, hey, any chance you could add name colors to YouNow? And I pretty much guarantee he'd respond and probably add it within a day or less. He's very responsive, as I mentioned. I don't know. He does have that feature. I know he does have name coloring. I'm not totally sure, not having it in front of me, but it's probably under. Look for one of the sections that has style, the word style or styling or something. I don't remember. There's so many options. It's ridiculous. I find it fun to look through every single option. Just read every single option and think, oh, what does this do? And experiment, because there's so many things you can do. It's pretty outstanding how much it can do. It's ridiculous, actually. There's also a standalone app. It might work well for you. You could try. There's a Social Stream Ninja standalone app for Windows, and I don't know if he has it for Mac or not or what, but that's another way to go. It might be easier for you. For my situation, it doesn't work because I'm doing it on too many websites, and some of the websites, it's hard to explain, but you have to log in and do all this weird stuff. It's just, for my situation, it's better to use the browser plugin, but for you, if you're streaming on you now, you might find it here. Just Google Ninja standalone app or native. It's somewhere on his website. I just don't remember the address right offhand, but that's an option that you can consider. But I don't have a lot of experience with that because I did experiment with it and I found out that it's not really going to work for my situation. I mean, I could make it work, absolutely, but it's complicated. It's not okay. It's not complicated. It's actually easier than the web extension, but when you're streaming to 12 platforms, it's actually complicated. Okay. I'm gonna get a chair because I'm getting tired of bending down. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take this off. I'm gonna put 2 nuts on both sides so I can tighten them up against each other. So I'm going to put one on the inside here, like that. And I'll push that through the hole. I'll put another one on the outside. And it would still be a good idea to have a lock washer on there, probably. Maybe I should do that too. Since I'm bothering to do this, I may as well do it right. I know I have some lock washers. I don't know if I can find them right this second. They're probably kind of stored away, hidden a little bit, but let me see. And it would be less likely to come loose. I don't think it's going to come loose anyway, but I may as well increase my chances as best as I can. I don't know if I can find my washer container though. Yeah, I don't know where it is. That's annoying. I would like to do that, but I think I'm going to take a chance. Take a chance and leave those off. And hope that it stays tight enough. Okay, I need 2 more nuts. Oh, I didn't think that through. I shouldn't have put that nut on the end. I need to put another one in the middle. Live and learn. Okay, yeah, it actually would be good to have that thing I was talking about with the rubber band, because I'm gonna have to do a lot of these, screwing these things. But oh well, I don't have it, so we'll just have to take the time. It would be fun to make something like that. I do have some exercise bands that I could sacrifice, you know. But why would I do that? That's the thing. Like, oh, you could use a exercise band, completely destroy your exercise band, but then you'll have a tool you can use to make it faster to turn things like this. It's funny, actually. There's probably some creative thing that you could use, like some piece of garbage that you don't think about, like some piece of plastic that has a lot of friction or stretch to it. And if it's something that you would just throw away anyway, then that makes sense. But to actually ruin a perfectly good thing of some sort just to make a weird tool like this, that's goofy. Ah, this is annoying though, it takes forever. This is probably actually the fastest way to do it. I'm already thinking of strategies to do this faster. I think I have an idea of the most efficient way to do it, probably. I'm going from one end to the other. I should have done from this end before I put it in, but I'm already almost there, so it's okay. Got some ASMR qualities going on. Except I don't remember if I turned my noise cancellation on or off. You might not be able to hear this. Okay, now I put the one on this side. Oh, you hear it? Nice. I don't know if that's good or not, but at least for those that absolutely love hideous ASMR sounds, they can enjoy it. Okay. Okay, now I need a crescent wrench or something like it. Tighten those together. So one of these things. I might have to get a lock washer to really make these actually tight. Not sure. Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty stinking tight without a lock washer. Yeah, that's very tight. That's awesome. Bring this one to the edge there, and then just have to put one more on the end, and then we're done. It's a long journey to get there, but okay. That's the fastest thing, but it's also the loudest thing. But if I can get my shin there to stabilize it, be a little bit less vibration. This little sticky part where the product labeling was. There we go. Okay, so now this shelf support can't go past where that nut is, so it can't push out and the shelf collapse underneath. Plus this bar is underneath it, so even if it could collapse, it would hit this bar. So it should be incredibly stable now. Couple more rotations. All right, and tighten this one. Okay, the only problem is as I'm tightening this, it's bending out the side of it a little bit. Oh, no worries. I don't really expect anybody to watch this boring junk. It's more just like I'm streaming my life story, and kind of like the Truman Show. I can't imagine somebody watching that like my entire life. Every boring thing that I do. Okay, so I'm gonna try to bend this metal back up. Cool. Yeah, I hope it works for you. I mean, it should. Just bend that back toward that a little bit. That's fine. I'm gonna tighten it just a little bit more. Then all I have to do is cut the extra part of that off. I'll have a very strong shelf. Solid as a rock. That's cool, yeah. I used to know them too, like back in 2019, there was some people doing that. I thought of doing that as well, but my life is just too boring and uninteresting for that. Plus, basically you'd have to raise sponsors because you wouldn't be able to just do that and, you know, not work or something. So either you'd have to have a lifestyle that allowed you to stream everything you do, which would basically cause a lot of mental problems for you because you'd either have to have all your friends and family okay with it, or you'd never talk to them because they wouldn't want to be part of your weird lifestyle. And so I don't think I would actually do it, but I sort of compare my stream to that idea simply because I don't really stream stuff with the goal in mind of being interesting or cool. Like, I don't care. I just stream whatever I happen to be doing. And it might be the most boring content ever, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Alright, so here's the board. Okay, it looks like I need to pull this in a little bit because there's kind of a gap here, so I will tighten that more. Otherwise, we won't have completely solved the problem. Looks like I need to go about 1/4 inch. Yeah, I knew a couple people back in 2019 on DLive that were doing that kind of a thing with pretty much 24/7. But they didn't actually get very many viewers, and it was kind of depressing, honestly. I kind of realized back then that, like, well, I like the idea, but it's not for me. Okay, that should be about right. And the only reason I actually like the idea is because I really like the Truman Show movie. It's not because I think it's particularly interesting. It's actually pretty boring, honestly. Just watch somebody do everyday, ordinary things. There we go. I could actually tighten that a little bit more, but I think that's probably sufficient. It's not gonna, there's no way that's gonna fall through. But yeah, I could tighten that. There's still like an 1/8 inch gap there that I could really tighten it, and then it would be super strong. I might do that. Should I? Yeah, may as well. It's not gonna take that long to do. Actually, don't even have to take the board off to do it. Okay, about that much. Test it out. That's a little bit too much. Still a little bit too much, although I think when I tighten it, it'll actually pull it out a little bit. So I think that's probably about right there. I also bent this part in right there a little bit, which shouldn't have done. As I tighten this, it forces the top of that lip out, so it's actually probably about right. Might even need to go a little bit tighter, but that's probably okay. Yeah, see, now there's that gap again. That's why it was kind of deceptive. as you're tightening that, it's bending that lip out a little bit. So I guess I'll tighten that a little bit more, just to try to get it to be as close to the edge as I can. Doesn't matter, it's going to be strong enough as it is, but I may as well do it as good as I can. This whole project I thought would be a pretty easy, quick project, but it's turning out to be a little bit more involved. It just takes longer than I thought it would. Okay, that should do it. Perfect. Okay, I got it. 1 out of 4. I have to do that whole thing again. Okay. Wash this off. Where did I put that soap? Here we go. Yeah, a year would be a cool goal. I think the guy that I watched on DLive, one of the two, also did that. I think he had a time limit on it where he's like, I'm going to try this for a certain amount of time, because he's not still doing it, and I don't remember how long he actually did it for. One of the guys that I know that did it, he was kind of more famous, and I think he may have ended up becoming somebody more well-known in the streaming community. He started out on DLive, but I think he moved to Twitch or somewhere else. His name was Lolly Socks. He kind of did the 24-hour live, just constant live streaming, sleep streams, everything. The other guy who did it, I don't even remember his name, but that was like 5 years ago. Okay. So I only have enough of these nuts to do 3 shelves, so I guess I'll finish that and then end the stream, because I need to go buy 4 more of these nuts. So I believe I have 12. Pretty sure. Yeah, DIY stuff is cool because you can just use your imagination, your ingenuity, and learn new stuff. Each time you do a new project, you learn some weird, kind of obscure skill, and then you can use that skill in many other projects. Plus, you save a lot of money. I think it's good practice for the brain to kind of solve problems and stuff. Okay, now we get this one. don't see it in the chat overlay as it says open normal username video. That's hard to understand. Are you using, did you decide to download the native app, or are you using the browser plugin, the Chrome extension? I don't actually have a lot of experience with the native app. Oh, okay. So what you should, all you should have to do, theoretically, open normal username video. I mean, I don't know what that means, but all you should have to do is start your stream, and then you'll see the chat on the right-hand side. And you just need to have the browser extension activated so that the green, this little switch is green. And then click that link on the top of the browser extension tool panel. Click that link so that it opens a window, and then you can type test messages in your chat and see if they appear in that window. They should. It could be some weird step that I'm forgetting, but it's generally pretty simple. Okay, and then let's tighten this one. It's really hard to like do tutorials by just talking about it without actually seeing your screen. Like if I was there, like I was at your house showing you how to use it, I'd be like, do, click, 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 here you go, it's working. But like trying to explain it, it's kind of a little bit challenging. The other thing that you'll probably notice that is if you have my stream open, it should actually also pull in my messages, because it doesn't. There are settings for you can tell it to only pull in messages from certain usernames, but by default it'll pull messages in from whatever chat window you have open. It doesn't have to be your own. So if you have it set up right in the same browser that you're viewing my stream, it should actually pull in my messages also. But if you're using two different browsers, like say you have the plugin set up in Chrome and you're using Firefox to watch my stream, then it obviously won't pull those in. And I actually do that. I have multiple browsers open for various reasons for those kind of scenarios. Okay, I might have tightened that one too much. This is crazy tight. It's actually, whoa, bending the rod. Oh shoot, I'm an idiot. I forgot to put the inside nut on there first. Okay. I hear, but I don't see it. Maybe in the menu options. That's strange. It's hard to like understand what you're experiencing, and then when I describe something, it's probably hard for you to understand what I'm talking about. Like I said, it's just really hard to, unless I'm seeing your screen and seeing what you're doing, it's hard to know what's going on. But yeah, definitely look through the options. It could be a color thing. It could be that they're on the top instead of the bottom. You can change everything. You can change the appearance, the colors, whether the messages go to the top of the window or the bottom. I like them to be on the bottom. There's just literally hundreds of options to go through. Every time you change an option, though, you'll want to click on that link on the top, because as you're changing the option. Oh shoot. That was loud. As you're changing the options in the menus, it's actually adding URL query stuff to reflect those changes in the link. So every time you change options, you'll want to click on the new link and close the old one. As far as the social stream, link, whatever. Hopefully that makes sense. Oh, okay, yeah, you can do that. There is an option for that. Don't ask me where it is, because like I said, there's so many menus, it's hard to remember. Like, I can kind of visualize where some stuff is when I'm at my computer, but I can't really explain it. I have to be looking at the menus myself. You can do all sorts of things, like you can show first name only, like if somebody has two names, it'll only show the first name. You can do show the name of the chatter but not the platform. You can show the icon of the platform. You can show the avatar of the person, all that stuff. There are all options in there. Might be under message mechanics, might be under message appearance. I don't know, I can't remember. Just hunt around. That's why I said I would recommend reading through every single menu just to get an idea of what can be done. Because you might find a feature that you didn't even know it could do, and you're like, oh, cool, I've always wanted that. And there it is. You can change the font, all sorts of stuff. It even has AI bots in there, believe it or not. You can install a local AI engine and attach it to that thing, and it'll answer your chat for you using an AI model. Okay, let's check the width on this one. Might have tightened that side over there too much, to be honest. As I tighten it, it's actually bending out the side like this. And I don't know if that's good or not. It's probably not ideal, but I don't think it matters that much. Okay, it's pretty tight right now, but I know as soon as I start tightening that, it's gonna bend outwards, so overcompensate just a little bit. about there. Yeah. Actually, maybe just a little bit more. Try that. Maybe they're all kind of different. This one's not bending out like the others were. It probably depends on how high I made the hole, which might vary a little bit. This one might not be bending out. Oh, it's perfect. Never mind. Perfection. Awesome. Okay, just have one more to do. Actually, I have two more to do, but I only have enough nuts for one more shelf. Oh wow, that's totally not straight. Yuck. There we go. Amazingly, there's just a little plastic tab to connect these two shelves, which when I first saw how that was made, I was like, that is a piece of junk. It's not going to stay, but so far, I've never had that be a problem. You'd think that those little plastic inserts would break and the whole shelf would fall over, but it's actually, it works okay. Refresh what? You can just refresh the page, like just push F5 or whatever. Not sure what you mean. Oh, there's a whole text-to-speech panel in the tool area just for text-to-speech. And under that panel, there's a million options, including whether or not you want it to speak out the name, and all sorts of options. So check out that section of the tools if you haven't already. Okay. I need one more threaded rod, which I think they're up in the loft. And once you have all your options in Social Stream the way that you want them, including the appearance and everything, you can take that same link at the top of your tool of the control panel for the plugin on your browser has that big old link in there. You can cut and paste that link straight into an OBS browser source. Or you can have completely different options for the browser source than what you see in an external browser. You can just change the URL parameters however you please. And you can have as many windows open as you want. Like you could have a custom dock in OBS with your chat there, which I like to do. So if you only have one monitor, that's a good way to monitor all of your chat on various streaming platforms. You can just have it straight in your OBS custom browser dock. And then you can also have it as a overlay for your stream, as a browser source. Okay. Got two more, just need one for tonight. This has been a very long stream. I didn't expect to go for 3.5 hours or whatever. But that's cool. I'm getting something done that's important. The reason this is important is my shop is a complete disaster because I had to move everything away from the walls so I could do the insulation. So it's all stuffed in the center. And so I emptied the shelf so that I could move the shelf because the shelf was too heavy to move the stuff on it. And then, so the reason I'm working on this project is so I can start putting stuff back on the shelf and I won't have to worry about the shelf collapsing under the weight. This is annoying. Scissors, I guess. It's a bit confused where else to look for it. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many menus and stuff. But yeah, if you look through them all, you'll eventually find it. But yeah, there's a whole section heading that says, like, the top is like used text to speech or TTS on your stream, and then if you expand that, underneath that is a billion options for how it talks and what you want it to say and not say. I don't know, but yeah. Anyway, I imagine you'll figure it out eventually. I can look it up later and try to help or something, but since I'm not at my computer, I can't. Streaming chat dockable. I don't think so. That doesn't sound right. Let me go check real quick. I don't mind. I'll curb this before you say it. Don't say like, oh, don't interrupt your stream, because I don't care. I'm gonna go check it out, see if I can help at all. And if you find it, let me know. Just it won't bother if you figure it out. I think you can figure it out there. I bet you're smart enough. It just takes time to look through all the billions of menus. I used to have a scene that I could show my own screen, but I think it's kind of not operational right now because I haven't used it in so long. Okay, are you looking at my stream? I'll have to change my username and password because I didn't mean to show that, but that's okay, I can change it. So yeah, you just come under here and under text-to-speech, message, text-to-speech. Turn this on, text-to-speech, incoming messages. And then there's these options here. Do not say says or someone says, include any, all this stuff here is what I was talking about. Let's see, do not read out chat name and someone says when using text-to-speech. Okay, maybe, I think maybe the way he coded it is, I mean, I could be wrong about this. Oh yeah, well, text-to-speech always says names weird because it's using, you know, computer models of speech and stuff, and it's not intelligent enough to pronounce names properly. Mine says, for some reason, mine says link. Sometimes, instead of saying realism Flacco, it says link. So that's something that I might actually talk to the developer about, because I've noticed that too. And he might not be aware of that. So I might mention that to him. If it's saying link for you, then it's probably just kind of a bug, and maybe I'll talk to him. He can get it fixed. There's two places. You can either do it by clicking this button here until it's green. That's the easiest way. Or you can go up here and click on text to speech and click this right here. It does the same thing. If you do it here, you're gonna have to click on this link again. See if you watch this up here, this white text here, every time you change an option in your menu, it's adding a URL parameter to that. So you want to click on this link again every time you change options, and close whatever browser window you already had open for Social Stream. Close that and click on this after you change anything in the options, because it's updating that link every time you change something. And what I do is, once I have all the options how I like it, I click on this link and then I bookmark it, and then you know that you can find it easily if you need to. And you can also OBS, and you don't see the overlay. So what you can do, it's black, shouldn't be. What do you mean the overlay? Like, I'm not sure what you mean. Do you not see the, I'm sure you see these menus though, right? Like when you click on the plugin. Oh. So you don't see these, like how I'm hovering over these messages, you don't see that? Or are you talking about the OBS browser source overlay? I'm not sure what you mean by overlay. Oh, really? So yeah, like, it's hard to explain, but like, so here's my YouNow window. It's gonna have that infinite mirror thing, but so since I have this open, younow.com/flowmix, my chat is over here, and because that's open in a tab in the same browser, it has to be in the same browser. You know, the same, like Chrome, not Firefox. Since I have the plugin installed on Chrome, and I have YouNow open in Chrome, and then I also have Social Stream open in Chrome, it should be picking it. I mean, that's how it works. That's how it picks it up. Got to make sure you have it on this button at the top. Like I can actually, let me see, are you online? Let me go check. So see how I typed in your chat? Even though I typed in your chat, it shows up here because the screen scraper aspect of this is just pulling from any open window with the address of YouNow / something. So it's going to pull chat from yours. So any window that you have open for you now, it's going to pull it from blah, blah, blah. So now when I come back over here, there it is. It's pulling it in like that. That's what it should be doing for you. I don't know why. If it's not working, I don't know why necessarily without looking at your screen. But anyway, if you can't figure it out, I mean, I would encourage you just to keep trying stuff. But if you can't figure it out relatively soon or in the next few days, then maybe I could try to run it over with you a little bit more at some point. But it should just kind of work like magic. It's usually not that hard, honestly. Okay, well, I'm gonna head back out to the shop and finish the little bit of project that I have. Yeah, no problem. It's so early or so late, depending on how you think about it, that it's getting light outside a little bit. So yeah, I'm definitely going to stay up all night at this point. Okay, let's finish this up. Hopefully I didn't lose any of the nuts. Nope, I did not. That's good. Whoa! And there are actually options in the menu somewhere to tell it what your username is, so that it will only pull messages from your chat instead of any open chat window. I believe there is an option for that. I don't really care because I just know that I'm not going to be watching or looking at anybody else's chat while I'm streaming, so I'm not in danger of accidentally pulling in somebody else's messages. So I'm not really concerned about that too much. But regardless, it should be pulling in messages from something, like either mine or yours. If it's totally black, I don't know what the deal is. Okay, yeah, no worries. I'm probably not going to be on much longer. Once I get this finished, I'll probably end the stream. What am I doing? It doesn't matter. It makes more sense to do the next one up, but doing the top one is fine. I meant to do the third one up, but that's fine. I'll just do the third one up after I get more of these nuts. Doesn't matter. The brain just kind of went on autopilot, didn't really think about what I was doing. It's actually better to do the top one because then it'll stabilize the rectangular structure all the way up. Better to hold it on this. I don't know, I guess not. I was thinking that might reduce the vibration sounds, but doesn't seem to be much I can do about that. It's not that loud. I think that's far enough. Probably too far. Alright, let's get the shelf up there so I know how tight to make it. Guessing that's probably about right. Perfect. Super tight, super strong. You can see what the result is here. So I got the threaded rod with a nut on that side, another nut on that side, so you tighten those two together, and then the rod going across there, and got the same situation on that side. So it can't move back and forth, so this can't bend out this way and drop the board through like it used to. So it should be a lot stronger now. So that's cool. Basically done with that project, except I have to buy 4 more nuts so I can do this third from the ground shelf. And I do have 1 more threaded rod over there to use. So yeah, that's basically all I was planning to do today. Took way longer than I thought it would, but that's fine. At least it's done. 1 little project to check off my list, and it's actually a pretty important one because now I can load this shelf with stuff, which will be good. So I'm gonna go back inside. I'll kind of end the stream, but I'll make sure that Realism is doing okay with his stuff. Let's see, what do I want to bring inside? Yeah, I don't know. I might take a nap, and who knows? Sometimes when I take these naps, I just end up sleeping all day, and that's fine. I don't really care. I got some stuff done today, but I would like to maybe go on a hike today. So if I can just stay up, I might do that. We'll see. Let's see, what do I want to take in? I'll take this. Take this. Look, it's the actual flow. Let's see, I'll take that. I better take that in too if I can fit it in my hands. Oh. I think that's everything. All right, well, I'm gonna check in with Flecko real quick, but I'll probably. Oh, shoot. Of course. At least I didn't drop my phone.
What? Give it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna head out, so thanks for joining me, and I will see y'all next time. By the way, I forgot to mention it, but this this little video is kind of cool. I'm gonna try to do that more. Like, instead of just having a flat picture, I'm gonna try to do like little videos for my intro screen. This one was really hard though. I was trying to do as smooth movement as I could, just like moving my camera side to side, and I could not do it. So it's kind of choppy, but I decided to like, whatever, just leave it. But yeah, try to make it a little bit better if I can. Anyway, just some random fun effects to play with. So I will see y'all next time.